Of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Franky Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Franky Rose.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Think Tank. Good morning, good morning. Are y'all ready? So before we get going here, can you guys hear that hum? How bad is it? I'm just going to be quiet for a second and tell me how much this disturbs the feed. Can you guys hear that sound? Is it not? Yeah, you can hear it. Is it too bad, Ruthie? What do you think? Yeah, it's a hum. Lordy. So good morning, Shauna, Dingo, Ruthie. Let's see, Pam. I knew I seen you up there somewhere. Is it going to be today? Hey, thanks, Shauna. Is it going to be today, this morning? It is pretty bad. Fine. Yeah, it's in and out. I do have another computer coming. So it's going, the hum is coming in and out. It's the fan. And the computer I have, it doesn't have like the, oh, lordy, like the tower. It's all in the back of this. So there's no screws. There's no way for me to get in there. I will have to send it back and get them to do it, I guess, for me. But I thought, well, as soon as I can do not bad because I can't get in there, Dingo, because that's all it is the fan. But I can't get in there. And we don't have any computer places anywhere near us. We're out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it's like an all-in-one computer. Exactly, Pam. You can touch the screen and use it that way. It's touch screen. And I mean, it didn't last me 2 years. Yeah, there's no screws or anything, Dingo. It's just, oh, Lordy. You've got the same thing. So, yeah. I would have to pack it up and take it in. But in the meantime, we've just got another one coming. I've never tried one of those. What is it, like an oval screen? I've never tried those before, so I'm going to try one of those. And I've got another tower coming. But I don't expect to see it until at least next week. So I just thought if it's really bad here, it's starting up again. I might not stream if it's really disturbing to you guys until I get the next one. Here it comes. Oh yeah, I should be able to, but it's not letting the Dingo. Slam it. You've got a computer doctor nearby. Oh, that's nice. Probably an hour and a half, I would suppose, for me. There we go. It's the number one fan. I guess I'll try this stream for now. Smack it. Well, I've been turning it off, and then I put that compressed air through anything that's kind of open, try and clean it out. But nothing really seems to be helping me. No, not the fan. Yeah, 2 fans are a pain. Oh, is she going to come down? Send them in? We got some fan movement. It's the only fan the judge has. Oh, you've had yours for about 4 years now. Yeah, mine was a Christmas present like a year ago. So it's been about a year and a half. And then I ended up getting a new laptop. I don't hardly use it, but it's not good enough to stream. It's the fan. It's the fan. Good Lord. I hope we don't have a long day at this, guys. Oh, Lordy. I am so ready to be done. I can't get in the back though, Dingo. Like I can't open up the back or I'd be all over it. Yeah, if I could, when my son was here, I tried to get him to do it for me, and he was like, "No, Mom, you got to send this one in." Or I was like, "Oh, shite." So yeah, we've got another one coming, anyways. So if this one could last and not drive everybody nuts until that one comes, it would be great. But if that fan in the computer is too disturbing, I won't put you guys through it. Yeah, that's it. It's sealed tight down, isn't it? I'm afraid to go give it a pat. Oh, okay. That turned it off for a second. Mm. Yeah, I used to have an Alienware gaming computer and it was awesome. It lasted me a long time. And the next one I've got coming is a Dell gaming computer. So, but I don't have them custom built because I use them for. It did work. I slapped it. So I'll keep trying that maybe. See if I have to biatch slap it until I get my new one. Yeah. So yeah, really good a hubby to set me up again. Yours is HP. Yeah, I don't know why I've got a thing for Dells. Hey, stop. Good to see you, friend. Oh Lordy, it's been a go. We have been waiting and waiting and waiting. It's just Lordy Lordy. Okay, I'm gonna try this again, guys. Oh, it's not. It didn't help that time. Yeah, they seem to be, Dingo. I mean, okay, I'm gonna stop doing that. Beating the crap out of my computer. Yeah, HP seems to be. I know for a lot of things. Oh, where's your sister, Jen? Oh my good Lord. Yeah, it has been a while. Doing good on this side. Doing good on this side. Oh, Lordy, Lordy. So all I can do to prevent you guys from having to listen to that is mute. Okay, I'm not quite sure what this is all about. So I'll just leave it like that for now. And if they come in, I will, I'll pull it up. Oh, it'd be hard. We get so many tourists here. And I imagine I know in Canada, any kind of lake country, including us, we're hugely busy. As soon as May Long weekend in Canada hits, they're everywhere. And the person that decided to buy the house next door has turned it into a bed and breakfast. So it's like strangers walking around at all hours. Don't like it. Dogs, they don't seem to like it a whole lot either. Yeah, way too peoply out there. I agree. So what the hell's going on? They brought up, what's Bev? Late again, right? That's got to be it. That's got to be it. They gotta just love that woman. That's what I call them too, Dingo. That's exactly what I call them. But I don't know if I say that word, what YouTube will do to me, because they might think something else. We Fest. I don't know what We Fest is. What is We Feast? Or We Feast? We Feast or Fest? We Feast. Hey, Carrie. Good morning. Good morning. Hubby just messaged me and said the new computer should be here in about 4 days. So that would be really nice. Oh, nice. Stop. Love it. Love it. Festivals are awesome. I love them. Nothing better than a good music festival. So yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on in that courtroom right now, because they went back to the cover page or the thumbnail. Jelly Roll. I don't think I've heard of them. I'm hearing some funny noises. Are you hearing some funny sounds from my computer now? Maybe I biatch slapped it too hard the last time. My husband would, "You're doing what?" to try and fix it? Trying to save you some money, honey. I just started biatch slapping it. Jelly Roll. Kia come in here too. Is it raining out? I don't know what. Is it raining out already? It is. Sticky caps. That's okay. I know you've got the sticky caps. Are you hearing a tick tick? Yeah, it's coming from inside of my computer. As soon as we get a verdict, I'll be able to start getting back to doing some regular streaming on all these other cases. So I'm really hoping that it holds out. Tick, 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 tick. They probably use some kind of heat to seal it, is my guess, and then heat to unseal it. Yeah, name that noise. There's a game for today. I hear with my little ear. I have been doing a little bit of, I think I think I might have, Pam. Things are clicking and clanking back there. Oh my word. Come on, Lizzie. Yeah, I've been doing a bit of a deep dive on Sandra Birchmore's case, which is from Stoughton, but she was found in Canton. Oh, look at all the names. Trace Adkins. Oh, look at all those guys. That sounds like a good time stop. Take lots of pictures, pictures. That's awesome. Hubby is taking a month off of work, so I'm not sure. We'll probably have a little bit of a touring for about 4 weeks. We like to kind of tour. I can still stream because I usually don't stay far. I don't usually go too far from sleeping at home with all the pets. But the day trips are awesome. We got the phone with 5 gigs, so I can do some streams from a lot of different places. I know. But he really has put in the work. He has it coming. It's been a long job for him, like 3.5 years without much of a break. So, and it's 24 days in a row, so he just doesn't get a lot of break. So yeah, it'll be nice. Give him a bit of a rest before he gets back into the rat race. He can help me around the house, get some stuff done. Really? That's really interesting, Dingo. In 2003, the deliberation took 55 days in California. The case was about 3 cops arresting innocent people. No, that's not how you're going to get your way. Isn't that interesting? What the heck is that sound from my computer? Back to work for you today, Shauna. That'll feel good, my friend. Back to normal for you. The Muir Teen Boy. Do tell stop. It sounds like music in the background. Do you know what it is? It's that courtroom music that we're hearing. Today they don't have elevator music. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah. Good job, Ruthie. That's exactly what it was. Ex-NFL son is missing. Parents are not cooperating. Yeah, like a drum beat. Exactly, Dingo. Exactly. Okay. So I didn't slap it too hard. Well, unless I just got it into the dancing kind of mood. Okay. I did. I thought, okay, well, I'm not slapping it anymore. Oakland police. Oh. Yeah, you're the same as me, Dingo. I know I'm half deaf my own self. It was working on that vac truck, I'm sure. Standing by that big truck 24/7 for however many years. Photo of the day. Photo of day before he had a black eye. Are you serious? Let me see. Mirror? Bryson Muir. Is that the one? Bryson Muir? Missing and endangered teen son of former Indianapolis Colts player. Seriously. I had no idea. I didn't even hear about this one, friend. Yeah, Bryson Muir. Oh, la. Indiana State Police are searching for a 14-year-old boy missing and endangered whose parents backed out of a meeting with law enforcement earlier this week. A silver alert was issued Friday for Bryson Muir, who was described as being 6 feet 2 inches tall, 185 pounds, has black hair and brown eyes. He was last seen wearing an orange Under Armour shirt and blue jeans, according to the police. Bryson is the son of Daniel Muir, a former Indianapolis Colts player whose last season with the team was 2011, and Daniel's wife, Kristen. Wow. What are you two girls doing over here? I hear stuff. What are you guys doing? You're getting into trouble. Yes, you are. You're in there destroying stuff. Oh, Lee, that's not looking too good, is it? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I'll take that. Spit it all out, Lizzie. Spit it all out. Oh, my word, this world. He's a big kid. For 14, holy smokes. What the hell is wrong with people? 14-year-old was last seen June 16th with his mother when they were leaving his grandmother's house in Cleveland, Ohio. His grandmother called the police and provided a photo with Bryson having a black eye as evidence of potential abuse. What? According to WTHR, the NBC affiliate in Indianapolis, when police pulled over the mother just a short time later in Garfield Heights, Ohio, Bryson was not in the vehicle. I just want to find Bryson. I want to know he's okay, said his grandmother, Cheryl Wright. Oh, Lordy. Which is on the property of a religious group called Servant Leaders Foundation. Daniel and Kristen Muir reportedly agreed to meet the state police investigators at the Indiana State Police Peru Post at noon on June 28th. But 1 hour before the scheduled meeting, the Muirs backed out of the agreement, signaling to ISP an unwillingness to cooperate. Investigators from ISP ended up speaking to Bryson Muir's parents, Daniel and Kristen Muir, on June 27th. Police believe Bryson may have been the victim of domestic abuse at his home on a large property, which is owned by the religious group in Kokomo. What? Why is this kid running around with a black eye? How long had they known that there might be abuse going on in that house? Oh, Lordy. Thanks for pointing that out, Stop. Good God. I hope that, so he went missing right around that lake, it looks like? And is that where all of this, I don't know, this cult is? What are they called again? Servant Leaders Foundation. Let me look that up. We are a nonprofit organization with a mission to inspire and equip leaders worldwide to find meaning and purpose in their work, foster an environment of trust and respect at all levels in an organization, and achieve success through an implementation of servant leadership. Servant leadership is not only associated with Christ, but organized with him. Oh, for F's sakes. What are the 4 C's of servant leadership? Competence, candor, connect, and character. What do they believe? Put the needs of others before their own. Well, that would mean keeping your hands off your effing kids. Catholic? Good God. I'll put the link in the description if anybody else wants to check these guys out. That's if you want to learn anything about that place. I put the link in there. What did the mom do with the son? Yeah, that's a really good question. It shows on the map that they were by that lake. Bryson Muir last seen. So does grandparents live on that lake and he's from Logansport? Is that what I'm understanding? Pulled her over in Garfield Heights. Bryson was not in the vehicle. Oh my word. It just doesn't stop, does it, you guys? So this grandparent, is this the mother's mom or the father's mom? Do we know? Yeah, silver alert. Let me see if I can find anything on Twitter that I can share out. What a question. Has anyone ever been in the possession or seen an actual $2 bill before? Do I have to answer that? What does this say? Brian Higgins is the culprit. We've all been looking at the Alberts. I think we're afraid of being sued because it's their property and dog, but I think Higgins is the guy. Seems to be a lot of people thinking that way. Ariana Perez, mother of 4. Tragic update. The bodies of both missing firefighters, Chandler, Cubander, and Anderson, have been found near their vehicles in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. It is believed that Reagan may have taken Chandler against his will. Police have not released the details about the cause of their deaths. Jesus. Wow. Pretty heartbreaking. That's funny. I'm not really seeing a lot on this. So who is this one? Nikki. Sade McCabe. Find Nikki. Yeah. Okay, this one is a missing person from Australia. Olivia, 14, last seen on LaSalle's Drive, Lalore, Melbourne, at approximately 5:30 p.m. on Sunday, June 30th. Oh, Ryan Larson. Jesus. Chandler Kubander, 24, called his mom on June 25th before he went to the gym in Midway, Georgia. He told her that Regan Anderson, 24, had been blowing up his phone and threatening self-exiting. And then they show him walking out the door with her. Oh, good Lord. Day 5 of deliberations. Half hour, the jury entered for the morning hello and check-in. So they're deliberating. No apparent issues over the weekend. The jury is back at it. Okay, there we go. So they are at it. Good to know. So they did actually start at 7. Guy came in trying to make me take $2 bills. Hey, Harley. Happy Monday. They're probably worth something nowadays, Stop. I would think more than $2. Canada, we dropped the bill. We take loonies now for ones and toonies for 2. But we used to have it was a red bill, and it was a $2 bill. But you guys, all your bills are the same color. That's got to get confusing. Ours are all different colors. It hasn't made that hum since I slapped it. That would be really nice if all I had to do was slap it a few times. Get me through until the weekend. Wouldn't that be nice? Just surprise me and show up like tomorrow. I don't have patience. That wasn't given to me at birth. A lot better than I was, though. Did the manager refuse? I would have bought them and then replaced them with ones. I probably would have taken them and then put my own ones in. Thank you very much. I'll take those and give them to my son. We still get the odd American bill, which, I mean, we'll take it, doesn't matter. I know I was in Texas once, and they'd never seen a Canadian. Back when we used to have pennies, they had never seen one, and they refused my pennies. I was like, really? You won't take my penny? No, I don't even know what it is. I was like, okay, that would be a penny. Took it to her boss in the back, and he's like, yeah, no, we don't have those. Oh, Lordy. So I was thinking what might be interesting to see. Let me take a look here if I can find it before I. Let's see. Okay, I think so. So I'm just gonna. So I think what I'm gonna do is I will play opening statements while we're waiting, and see if Lolly kept any of his promises. And I will zip through anything that's taking any amount of time and see how much we can squeeze in, hoping that we get a verdict this morning. Here we go. I'd like to see the setup of this court because it's a smaller room, but they're saying that the witnesses will be able to see the people that are on the jury will be able to see the people on the witness stand. In that other room she was in, they wouldn't have been able to see the witnesses. That's just no good. And there was so much wasted space. I mean, they should revamp that room, actually. A lot of wasted space. Morning, Shauna. Yeah, that's a good question, Carrie. I don't know the answer to that one. He's been all over the place.
The evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or
Here we go. Buckle up.
and I ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
Do my best. Good morning. So as Her Honor was telling you, this is one of the two opportunities that I will get to address. The first of which right now, essentially what I'm going to attempt to do, and I know you heard over the course of the impairment process a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help you to navigate sort of who these people are and what relation they have to this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister, Kristen Furbush. Kristen was married, and so John's brother-in-law was a man named Stephen, and they had two children who were very young in 2013. Now, in 2013, Kristen unfortunately, tragically, passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Forbush and kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Canton where the Forbushes lived and where John moved into the home with the two children there. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they include Mrs. Carrie Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McCabe. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from his work. John O'Keefe was a proud member of the Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with children and assuming this role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as positioning him to more of a desk role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role with his children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with the kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, sort of a new home that they could have as their own. That home is located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows Avenue. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece, who was the elder of the two, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died. And his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022 was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sorts of urban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Forbush family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted, and there was going to be a snowstorm, an insignificant a blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and the Saturday, lasting through most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town of Canton, busy, have been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going into high school in the fall of 2022. They had both applied to a private school called Bishop, and they both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted to that school. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John's niece and his nephew. And they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into this. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up, and he went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called C.F. McCarthy's Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony, and you're going to see surveillance video, and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Canton Center along that strip in Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to see if McCarthy is arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Reed, joins them at this establishment at McCarthy's sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown. They had started dating around that time period, or reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several nights a week. She had helped out with the children. In the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship soured. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. You will hear testimony from the children, from John's niece and nephew, in regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from some other individuals as far as their observations or things that they heard. Turning to January 29th, 2022. Just after 6 a.m., the Canton Police Department receives a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party, subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind bustling around. Officer Stephen Saraf and Officer Stephen Mulaney of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regard to their response and what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Saraf, you'll have as an exhibit that anticipates a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving from the Canton Police Station, where he was located when he received the call, to 34 Fairview Road. When they arrived there, they observed three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. When I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out in the street facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. On the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox, other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means, of course, of this trial. The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who had received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Terry Roberts, who had also received a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. You hear their testimony in regard to swelling of his eyes and other injuries that he observed. They observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters, Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodville. And at least from three of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. The defendant stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on that front lawn. He was then transported by firefighters Kelly, Flamati, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter McLaughlin to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there are some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'll hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, Jonathan's parents in Braintree, and then bring them to the Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by two firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to her treatment and diagnosis, she indicates that the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of Fairview Road. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lenk, in regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing, certain pieces of evidence that they located in around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray of the Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police weren't aware that the nephew was over at a sleepover. They weren't aware that Mr. Camarado had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser. You'll see that and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Ms. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Camarados, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. Sowell. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from a number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially, from C.F. McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving C.F. McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Trayers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Polakaitis, who were friends of friends, who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as Mr. O'Keefe's niece. Mrs. Polakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, as well as herself and Mrs. McCabe at the Waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did, specifically in Ms. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe. They knew him well from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owns a pizza shop, also located within that Canton Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get his nephew a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the Waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from C.F. McCarthy's home. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the Waterfall and went home. He was sort of walking distance away from him. His wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the Waterfall that night. Julie Albert started to get a migraine, and she left before most of the group. Included within that group, and sort of how they came to the Waterfall, the Albert family in particular, Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend, and Mr. Morris, and they had had dinner at the waterfall earlier in that evening. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins. They had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. Came home early to sort of beat the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert and his family at the waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, and they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after midnight. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to roads, to front lawns, grassy areas around town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert as they live there, Caitlin Albert, because it's her parents and her boyfriend is picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew. They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up. There's certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34 Fairview. Now, once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parked in. So I mentioned earlier there were two females that were with Brian Albert Jr. at the house, one of them being Julie Nagel. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky Antonio, as well as his Mr. Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, was riding in the back of Mr. Antonio's pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant. The defendant is coming in from one direction. The pickup truck with the Nagel brother is coming in from another direction. The pickup truck that the Nagel brother is riding in flashes its light, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first. They follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further until it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning. Now, from their position, so I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxon from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights as the vehicles are facing each other before they pull down there. What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow. It's not sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides that she's going to stay at the house longer, so they're arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. They see the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming. There was testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who is having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners, and Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house. At that point, Colin Albert was leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Alice McCabe, who is Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's within the home celebrating his birthday. As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew McCabe and from Jennifer in regard to their observations that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regards to a phone call. A phone call that Jennifer McCabe receives from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well, that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home the night before. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops. But she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms. Roberts. So Terry Roberts receives a call about 5 a.m. from the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. McCabe is getting ready as they're all sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe to see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's calls throughout the course of this trial. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some point prior to that she has a cracked tailpipe. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe the damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear taillight. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Fairview Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there's one person, so they're seated within the vehicle. This is Ms. Roberts' vehicle. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat. The defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. Yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's car was found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and the McCabe firefighters arrive on scene. Now, while they're waiting there, at approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Ms. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia, or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Mr. Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whitfield. You'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Cell. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for Cell. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their testimonies that Google search that was done on Ms. McCabe's phone was done at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning. We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding Canton police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendants stated while there, asking again and again in regards to Mr. O'Keefe, is he dead? Is he dead? You will also hear testimony, as I indicated, about sort of treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve testimony from Ms. Daisy Ormseth, Ms. Catherine Wilford, and Dr. Gary Fowler. We'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts, Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Vallier, and Ms. Christina Hant, those all being from the State Police. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. O'Keefe, the defendant, and the children have been invited with a much larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. We'll hear testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Ms. Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from the two children in relation to this. And essentially, day 2 or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son. Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and sort of points him in the direction of where she believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. Essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children. Now, you'll also hear testimony from the defendant's phone in regard to, from another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba, in regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the waterfall, and also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with his homeowner, Brian Albert, but he was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there's references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in that lobby as opposed to her giving him a hug. And makes repeated reference to that within the contents of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotter, who has a supervisory role at the Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5. Because if you recall, Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that she receives the call from the defendant about 4:53 in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence would show, based on sort of the tracking of the phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tulloch of the State Police, from these faulty records and RTT accounts, that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe and Ms. Roberts. Now, again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Jerry Mechanic of the State Police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tulloch. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall, who's in a specialized unit within the State Police called PARS, CALS for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota texture, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel. He cycles, essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour. Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass, front street area. There is a specialized team called the CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do over the course of the following days, temperatures rise, rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn on the street. Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail glass on the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall, and Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and are observed by the medical examiner as well. We'll hear testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on scene in 34th Fairview. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. You'll hear from an Ashley Valley, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, who does essentially DNA analyst for the lab. Samples that were DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes of Mr. O'Keefe, the broken drinking glass that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, the taillight releases, taillight DNA was also sent to the independent lab, Bodie Technologies, located in North Virginia. And you'll hear from an analyst there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that the DNA on the defendant's taillight, his opinion is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan, who were the two preliminary investigators, primary investigators when it came to this case. You'll also hear from this test chart from that Bodie Laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair that Ms. Hartnett found on the bumper of the car, and her opinion that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well. Lastly, you'll also hear from Dr. Irene Sportibello and Dr. Renee Stonebridge of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist. She essentially examines brain findings. Dr. Rini Sportabello is a forensic pathologist who does the sort of autopsy and medical examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body. You'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body from. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regards to lacerations right back of the scene. The testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of his head, and then sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull, which then leads to a subdural hemorrhage, or essentially bleeding on the brain and then swelling of the brain, which then causes a condition called ecchymosis, which then sort of leads to the swelling of both of Mr. O'Keefe's eyes that was observed by the initial response. You will hear various testimony about sort of issues in regards to his pancreas, how that's indicative of hypothermia. Now, again, as I said, this is the first of 2 times that I have an opportunity to address you directly. And I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for the participation of your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence in this case. That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence, and again, as the board has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, I reiterate that, facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. What I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with a car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard, with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing death. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lally. Mr. Sade?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Kent on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Kent.
Okay, that was weird. Let's try this again.
Family in Kent.
Okay, that was weird. Let's try this again.
And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Reed, someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing. And first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding. But Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. At his own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert, while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind, focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that he didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing or what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends. Not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings. To his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies. He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed. And he was disappointed he hadn't found any yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe. You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's high school friends commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn. You'll learn that Michael Proctor had her Lexus SUV towed from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for potential evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that lawn. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of taillight that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day, when the snow was really starting to accumulate, that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Karen Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus and she backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirmed that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked, long after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34th therapy. She couldn't think of anything else that made sense. She certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29, 2022, and typed a Google search that she would later delete. 2:27 in the morning was over 3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold, unless that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation? You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die in the cold at some point that night, sometime after Jenn McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question? And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem for the Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there, who was also Brian Albert's friend. Sarah Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie Nagel, another friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence. Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe Lane. Not one. And you know who else saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th? The snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street for the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, is that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Laughlin. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Laughlin. He asked Mr. Laughlin if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Laughlin had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Laughlin told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Laughlin told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Laughlin passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Laughlin confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn. So you'll learn that about 2 hours after the Commonwealth claims that Karen Reed somehow incapacitated John O'Keefe, an eyewitness confirms that not only could it not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Laughlin also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street And he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Laughlin saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Frock, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected for 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. You will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google how long to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., cloud drive.
So they're saying we've got questions, possibly, but everybody's being brought into the room. So let's see what's going on now. Are they going to hang it? What is going on? Here we go.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
I'd like to hear from the Commonwealth first about your view on whether the jury has conducted due and thorough deliberations.
Your Honor, while I understand that they have been at this for a while, I would submit that they have not, and I would ask the court not to make such a finding. Reasons for that, Your Honor, this jury heard, I believe, about 29 days or so of testimony, 657 different exhibits marked as evidence, 74 different witnesses who testified before them. And while I believe they've been out for somewhere in the vicinity of 22 or 23 hours, what I would submit to the court based on all of that, as well as the complexity of the issues presented to them, they really haven't even had 1 hour of deliberation equivalent to 1 day of testimony to each of the days of testimony that they've heard. So while they have been at it for a while, I would submit that based on the evidence and testimony and witnesses and the complexity of issues in this case, I would submit that they have not done a thorough deliberation up to this point.
Ms. Giannetti?
Our view is that it's time for Tui Rodriguez. They've come back now twice, indicating essentially that they're hopelessly deadlocked. The content of this latest message is that they have been over all the evidence. Previous message said they did an exhaustive review. This time they said that they have fundamental disagreements about what the evidence means, and it's a matter of opinion. It's not a matter of lack of understanding. This court, when you sent the jury out, encouraged them not to take a straw vote, encouraged them to go over all the evidence in a very methodical manner. I think all indications are that they've done that, and this is what Tui Rodriguez is for. We asked the court to get it.
Yeah. All right. I think this has been an extraordinary jury. I've never seen a note like this reporting to be at an impasse. I do find that they're now, with the additional time that they went out without coming back Friday saying that they were deadlocked, is due in thorough deliberation. So I'm going to give Tui Rodriguez. So are they ready to come in, Jody?
Whoa. Lordy, lordy. Hung jury, guys.
So why don't I take a recess?
Take a recess, please.
All right. And then Nancy.
Looks like it. Looks like it, guys. Wow. 9 weeks of this. Jesus. Well, it is what it is, I guess, right? It is what it is. I can't say I'm surprised. Can't say I'm surprised. Oh, lordy, lordy. Give me 2 minutes. Jeez. Oh. Retired cop. Yeah. Hey, Teresa. Looks like we're going to have a hung jury. Yeah. Just unreal. Oh, my word. Jeez. I'm not surprised. Are you guys? Oh, you Guys, no. Well, oh, lordy, lordy. Let me check and see what's going on over here. Jury has come back second time in Karen Reed trial saying they're deadlocked. Judge now asks both sides how they want to proceed. Of course, Lolly wants to keep going. And Natty says it's time to give the jury dynamite or now or never instructions. For a final push, we should hear the contents of the note the jury sent shortly when the jury is brought back in. Well, I can't say, like I said, I can't say I am surprised. Yep. Bias Bev. I like the way that one's typed, actually. Oh, my word. Yeah, we have to still see what's going on with that FBI investigation. We're going to have to keep our eyes kind of peeled because that could have a big impact on this case, even if it's over. You know, if you find out every single one of them are as sus as we think they are, how do you charge someone a second time? How do you go through all of this a second time when you know everybody's as corrupt as shite? Or at least you have the feeling everybody is corrupt as shite. We have a verdict. Let me go back. I'm going to edit this a bit. Oh my goodness, guys. Oops, Auntie Bev announces she will be instructing the jury with a Tui Rodriguez. This is a stern message from the judge to the jury, telling them the trial is expensive, time-consuming, and other jury is unlikely to hear anything different from what they heard. It pushes the lone holdout to change their vote and is rarely done for that reason, but nobody wants us to do this all over again. So a Tui Rodriguez is telling the judge, is the judge telling everybody how much this cost, how long it took, and if there's just one person out, one lone holdout, to change their vote. What? So how does that work? I guess we'll see. Oh my goodness. Good God. So it sounds like Bev is not going to let them. She won't accept a hung jury. Well, I think she said that she just wanted them to think longer because she just let The last trial she did, it was hung. Maybe she's just not liking that all of her cases are hung. Yeah, I think a lot of people agree with that. Yeah, even Ray Charles can see it. So what? Now she's going to give them all shit? Okay, Bev, see if that works for you. I'll just sit back and watch because, yeah. I didn't hear her say she won't accept a hung jury. I didn't hear her say that. But maybe I missed it. That's always possible. Maybe they should let this hang. And why don't they go out there and look for actual facts instead of fiction and see what happens? So do I, Dandy. So am I. Even Ray Charles can see it. Oh, my word. Yeah, I'm curious as to what that note has to say. You know, we're grown adults and we know that we're not going to meet in the middle. And if she doesn't want a hung jury, why the hell she got a cop in there? And I think everybody knows how long it took because they sat there. Right? I want to see the lying liars get back up on the stand and retestify. Oh, yeah, let them have Jenn McCabe again. That freaking monster. Those eyes are like evil. The way she sat there like a Stepford wife and just stared at them, it was like, are you kidding me, lady? You're just weird. That's what you are. You're weird. If that's what it is, if that's what the Canton uppers are like, yeah, I'll pass. I will pass. If this continues, if she says no again, fudge. We'll finish watching this and I'll put Jenn McCabe back on. We'll watch that in hopes. We'll finish with Yannetti here. Possessed. Yeah, that's the way the eyes looked, right? It was just, what the frick, lady? You're just creepy. You're a creepy critter. You know, they're at a stalemate. They're at a stalemate. And to ask them to, okay, you know, if there's one holdout, why don't you just go with the others, whether you believe it or not? But I would like you to meet in the middle. If there's one holdout, this has cost too much. Just agree with that, even if you don't. Just to get this over. What is that? That doesn't sound right. You're talking to grown adults, Bev. Don't forget. All of them.
All right. So, jurors, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our commitment to the duty entrusted to us, we find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind. The divergence in our views are not rooted in a lack of understanding or effort, but deeply held convictions that each of us carry, ultimately leading to a point where consensus is unattainable. We recognize the weight of this admission and the implications it holds. So, Mr. Foreman and members of the jury, I have an instruction for you. Our Constitution and laws provide that in a criminal case, the principal method for deciding questions of fact is the verdict of a jury. In most cases, and perhaps strictly speaking in all cases, absolute certainty cannot be attained, nor is it expected. The verdict to which each juror agrees must, of course, be his or her own verdict, the result of his or her own convictions, and not merely an acquiescence in the conclusions of the other jurors. Still, in order to bring 12 minds to a unanimous result, you must examine the issues you have to decide with candor and with a proper regard and respect for each other's opinions. You should consider that it is desirable that this case be decided. You have been selected in the same manner and from the same source as any future jury would be selected. There is no reason to suppose that this case will ever be submitted to 12 persons who are more intelligent, more impartial, or more competent to decide it than you are, or that more or clearer evidence will be produced at another trial. With all this in mind, it is your duty to decide this case if you can do so conscientiously. In order to make a decision more attainable, the law always imposes the burden of proof on the Commonwealth to establish every essential element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are left with a reasonable doubt as to any essential element of any indictment, then the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be found not guilty on that indictment. In conferring together, you ought to give proper respect to each other's opinions and listen with an open mind to each other's arguments. Where there is disagreement, those jurors who would find the defendant not guilty should consider whether the doubt in their own minds is a reasonable one, if it makes no impression upon the minds of the other jurors, who are equally honest and equally intelligent, who have heard the same evidence with the same attention, who have an equal desire to arrive at the truth, and who have taken the same oath as jurors. At the same time, those jurors who would find the defendant guilty ought seriously to ask themselves whether they may not reasonably doubt the correctness of their judgment if it is not shared by other members of the jury. They should ask themselves whether they should distrust the weight or sufficiency of the evidence if it has failed to convince the minds of their fellow jurors beyond a reasonable doubt. I will now ask you, Mr. Foreman, and members of the jury to return to your deliberations with these instructions in mind. And as with my final instructions and the supplemental instructions I sent in, I will send in a copy of this charge as well. All right, so may that be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please.
Jesus, Beth.
All right, so thank you. We'll send you folks back out to deliberate.
All rise for the court, please.
What a bitch. She's acting like they are kids.
You are muted. Goodbye.
That's maddening. That's maddening.
Driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m. Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking you to convict Karen Reed anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the taillight. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks and claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd. You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was nobody there, not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m. but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds, and not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Reed supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere. But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree. But you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start and the witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Giannetti.
May we approach that sidebar?
Yes.
Another sidebar, Carrie. Let's see here. So sidebar. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to go back and see if we can find Jenn McCabe. She was one of the first, I do believe. Not there. Maybe she was on day 3. It's day 2. Let's try day 3.
June of 20.
Nope. 54. Nope. Wow, this was a long case, wasn't it?
Again, it just
Nope. I thought you were at the very, very beginning. Let's do 6.
it's the evil. It's the evil and the.
Nope. Holy
And at that point, I
day 7? Start. Hmm. Oh, there's horse face. Not day 8. Oh, not day 9, guys.
Again, it just tells.
I think she was on the stand for, what, 2 days? Okay, let's go back to day 10.
Again, it just tells us the.
Hmm.
Again, it just.
correct?
Well.
Again, it just tells us again.
Oh, my word. I wonder if I missed it.
Again, it just tells the story of its.
Okay. She's coming up because there's her husband. My wife is better at that. Okay. Your bride. Oh, tinfoil hat day. Can we? Oh, there we go, you evil little wench.
How long?
We found you. Oh, you're so smart in there.
The
Or-
them was Channel 4.
The place. Here we go, guys. Another scary
Okay,
face.
whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in?
Approximately 20, well, my whole life, I lived in Canton, except when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And where you live currently in Canton, how long have you lived?
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
And prior to that, where did you live in Canton before Country Lane?
15 Sutcliffe Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
And with regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
And how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Recall what days?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday and a Saturday.
So starting with Friday, January 28th in the evening, do you recall what was going on that night or where you went? What were you doing?
Well, first, I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team. So we met up with some parents before. We had a drink, appetizers. My younger 2 were with us. We fed them dinner. And then we went on to Canton High School to the basketball game.
Now, starting back, the oldest daughter with the hockey dinner at your house, that was your daughter, Allie, is that correct?
Yes,
She's your oldest?
yes,
Now, the daughter who had the basketball game, is that your second oldest?
yes.
And with regard to her, she was on varsity team, is that right?
Yes,
For Canton High School?
yes.
Who cares, Lolly?
And with respect to just basketball in general, when the kids were younger, what, if any, role did you have?
Why do you care about this?
Oh, but then you'll move on quickly.
I was a basketball coach for the rec, well, the town program.
For how many years?
Who cares?
I believe with Emily, I started approximately when she was in 5th grade. And then I was also a coach for my daughter, Olivia, I think starting when she was in 6th grade. And with my youngest, I think I coached from 1st grade on up until 8th grade.
Who cares?
Now, as far as the high school game was concerned.
And she lets this shit come in.
typical
Bev lets this
for
stupid shit come in.
basketball game.
Yeah, move on. We know the time. Move on.
Yep.
After
There we
the
go.
basketball game, where did you go?
My husband and I dropped my youngest daughter home, and then we proceeded to meet my sister at the waterfall.
And which sister?
My sister, Nicole,
How many
There you
sisters
go.
do you?
3.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband, Matt, and myself.
And do you recall which vehicle that you were in going around Canton that night?
I believe it was my car, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
Oh, I got a Denali.
Type vehicle, is that
Yes, big SUV.
I got a
correct? With respect
Denali.
to, you got a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what, if any, connection did that have? with the cell phone vehicle?
At that point, I don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
What?
When you arrived to the waterfall, did you go right in or What, if anything, did
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
and at some point did you and your husband man go?
Yes.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall?
We walked in, and I believe we sat at the third table.
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with at that day?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Kolakidis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone, from the group had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go asleep because he had to plow, I think.
Yeah, you just didn't
Now,
talk about this
with
at all.
reference to,
Hey,
Karen and
James.
John, we're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen, correct?
Yes.
And how long had you known John?
Approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what, if any, role or what, if any, relationship did you have with either John or his niece?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And so, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up. And he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Now, with reference to Karen Reed, and just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Do you identify just as to where she's seated or not?
She's seated between her attorneys.
John just has a record of flight identification.
Yes.
By the witness. Now, with
What's
respect
wrong with
to
Beth
Ms.
today?
Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had it?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
That I met Miss Reed?
Yes.
Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And
Just
came
off
over
the
to
top of your
house, is that
head.
correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you were familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mhm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. There were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what month it is and what team we're with.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. She had MS, I had MS, and there's not a lot of people our age that I personally know that have it. So it was nice to have someone who understood like what I was going through. So we had that in common.
Now, with respect, With respect to either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Miss Reed or
Here we go.
any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with?
At different points, yes.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Miss Reed? Objection.
I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Good God. Unreal. Why do you have to go to sidebar now, Bev? Sidebar Bev. Miss Piggy. Good Lord. Sidebar, so we make sure no facts actually get out. Come on, guys, no facts. We don't want facts. We want the jury to guess. It's quite the case, Mom. It's like, oh, yeah, exactly. I'll come on for a second. I'm having a smoke. I know.
So, Ms. McCabe, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about? With
Oh,
Mr.
that would
O'Keefe?
be me. That would be me,
Occasionally, hey,
Mom.
how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regards to Ms. Reed. Is that a conversation that you had as far as her relationship with Ms. Reed?
Yes, similar.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the water.
Mhm.
You arrive about 9. About what time was it that you left?
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with?
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, just out having a drink, listening to music.
And you mentioned about 11 o'clock or so was that Mr. O'Keefe and the bar.
Correct.
And when they came to the bar, where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
I believe it had ridges on it.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
It was clear.
Was there any other kind of like a straw or a lime or anything?
How do you guys remember this?
I don't remember.
As far as you knew, at some point, did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
Where were
CF McCarthy's,
they? Where is that in location to the waterfall?
just right up the street.
Now, over the course of the evening, you were at a bar. Fair to say you were drinking, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall him drinking? And if so, what, if anything?
I can't be certain. Possibly a beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as you recall her drinking, and if so, what, if anything, do you recall her?
Again, I remember just a clear glass. Oh, glass with clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about, or no?
I don't remember.
Oh,
Sorry.
lolly.
Now, when you left the waterfall sometime around midnight, is that correct?
Yes.
And well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, with respect to the time that you were at the waterfall, did you speak with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, briefly at the bar.
And do you recall just generally what it was that you talked about?
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so he was very excited.
And with respect to Miss Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes,
And do you recall what, if anything, that you spoke about?
yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they have a fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
That's fair. That's fair.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as to how he was dressed?
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Do you recall any sort of winter coat or heavier coat or anything like that?
No.
It was your frickin' witness that said it was there.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there amongst the group as far as going somewhere next, or what to do after the waterfall?
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
And was that something that was brought up by the defendant once, more than once, or something?
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to D&E and making?
So Brian, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, we can't go up there. We're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
Now, following that conversation, what, if any, other, let me ask you this, why did you go to the waterfall first?
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her. Her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
To be fair, that nephew was Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes.
Did Brian Albert Jr. ever show up at the waterfall that evening?
He did not, no.
You know why not?
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home?
He just decided to stay home, yes.
And so after the discussion about going over to D&E and then the communication of not going over, what, if any, other discussion was had as to where people were going or what was happening after leaving the waterfall?
Brian Albert Sr. Just made a general, hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that expressed?
It was expressed to everyone, like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table, what, if any, discussion did you have in regard to that with either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Both of them. I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
And did they indicate that that was something that they wanted to do, or did they indicate that they were coming?
They both wanted to come, and they said they were coming, yes.
Now, when you left the waterfall, who, if anyone, left with you or left at the same time?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to you leaving?
Yes.
And so you're walking out with the defendant and Ms. Kolakidis, is that right?
Yes.
And when you were walking out with them, what, if anything, was the sort of conversation or the discussion that you were walking into?
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, "Oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me?" Figuring, because, Matt can talk to anyone, and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, "Hey, do you want to drive with me, and they can meet us?"
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to what?
I believe I had to kind of walk straight out
In the parking lot?
in the parking lot. Yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point did you observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have any conversation with him in the parking lot while you were out there?
I believe briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke. Yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
And after sort of the two of you parted ways, did you observe where Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went?
I just saw them they walked left, I walked straight.
And if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would that bring them to?
Washington Street, the main street.
So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
And while you were in your car in the parking lot, well, let me ask you this question. When you walked out of the waterfall, what, if anything, was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walked out of the waterfall? Had it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just click on the windshield?
Clip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're in the car for some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband for?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on, and then I saw him walking, and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband, or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with respect to that, did you respond in kind to a text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that was done through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or?
Yes, it would have been, because it was my phone and I was driving, so I would have had it over the car.
Your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in, if I'm driving.
And with your husband in the car, it's fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address, and then I believe I, just started giving him directions. And I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, "Go this way, go this way." And then I said, "Yeah, you just go down to Fairview. It's at the bottom."
And so, as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, "Oh, it's right, go past Bella's street. It's at the bottom of the hill."
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
Yes.
And If I could just ask, with regards to your sister's husband, Brian, how long have you known him?
Since I was in kindergarten, very long time.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years and before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman and one end of it is Cedar, correct?
Correct.
And just in that initial phone call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe and you and your husband are giving directions, you recall if you were indicating to him to go to Cedar Crest or go to Chapman in order to get on the Fairview?
Go to Chapman.
And is that the way that you went as far as going from Washington Street downtown to Fairview?
Yes.
Now, how long a drive is that going from the waterfall to Fairview?
Approximately 5+ minutes, depending on if you hit lights.
Now, if you're indicating you're indicating to someone to come down Chapman, and you said it was, I'm sorry, your testimony is it's sort of towards the end of that direction?
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom. What if any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road sort of situated as you come from the Chapman side down to where your sister lives, 34 here?
It's a hill.
And the hill goes down, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that somewhat of a precipitous? How would you describe sort of the hill?
Well, the first hill is a bit steep, and then it flattens a little, and then there's another hill. But the second hill is more long.
So there's actually two hills as you're going down, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the second call, Mr. O'Keefe then called you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During either call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe, could you hear anything? You had it on Bluetooth, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell whether or not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
And as far as when you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, express an intent that he was going.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when he indicated that he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in singular or plural or something else?
No, more general. Like, where is it? Type.
Did he make any reference during the time that you were talking to him to anyone he was with?
No.
And now, as far as this second call, you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
My daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella Street, and it's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that's through his niece, John O'Keefe would have known, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this time, what, if any, relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
They had dated
I'm going to allow it.
They had dated briefly years before.
Now, was that sort of the substance of the conversation that you had with Mr.
Yeah. At least they weren't prepped.
And that second
Jesus.
Yes.
Now, after that second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at any point in time after that?
No.
Now, you arrived at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the driveway at the house of Fairview essentially has two garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sort of widens out as you get to the top closer to the house.
Yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway was parked when you got there?
I just remember pulling in. There was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
And how many drinks did you
exit the
have?
vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, you observe?
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you. So
Oh, okay.
that microphone, you can adjust that any way you want. So anywhere you want to put that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. And so when you come into the house, where were you mentioned a table? Where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening.
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking about Brian, that's Brian Albert Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah, little Brian. Yeah, little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named someone named Colin Albert?
I am, yes.
How do you know?
He is my friend's son and my sister's nephew.
Your friend Julie's son, correct?
Yeah, so my friend Julie's son.
And your oldest daughter, Allie, was Colin's friend, so is Colin friends with your oldest daughter, Allie?
Yes, they're born a week or two apart, and we've kind of they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now, at any point in time that you were there on that early morning, did you see Colin Albert at all?
No.
And when you arrived at the house, obviously you're familiar with your daughter and the car that she drives around that time. Did you see your daughter there, Allie, at any point in time?
No.
Were you aware at any point in time in that early morning hour that you were there that your daughter had been there at any point in time prior?
Sustained.
Now, with reference to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
No.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically about how long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you?
I believe I left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived at?
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked, was 12:18.
Now, similar to what I asked about the waterfalls, as far as the sort of mood leaner inside the house, what, if anything, do you recall?
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids. You know, just a normal night.
Now, while you were in the kitchen dining room area for the time that you were there, did you see anybody or observe anybody from the group that you just described go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie Nagel went outside.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else go upstairs, downstairs, basement area, or anywhere else in the house?
No.
Now, given that when you were in the car and you were driving, you hooked your phone up to the charger, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall charging your phone at any point in time when you were at your sister's house on Fairview that night?
I don't recall.
I don't recall.
And were those people that you knew prior to that night of the 28th?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but I was definitely familiar with Julie, and she possibly could have dog sat for me prior to that.
And now with reference, there was also someone there by the name of Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So other than being your brother-in-law's friend and meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him that well. Fair to say.
Oh, lolly.
Good, yes,
Now, you mentioned at some point that Julie went outside, right?
Yes.
Nagel went outside.
yes.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
Yes, her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
And what, if any, conversations did you have with
Oh my God,
Nagel or
man.
Ms. Levinson in regard to their going home prior to Ms. Nagel going out and talking to her brother?
Objection.
I'll sustain it in that form.
What, if anything, had you said to Ms. Nagel prior to her going out prior to her going outside?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, if you know, about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything, did you?
Excuse me?
So when Ms. Nagel went outside, what,
Mhm.
what were you?
I was sitting at the table, and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
And after your nephew said that, what, if anything, did you do?
I went to the front door.
And front door of the home leads sort of, you walk in there, there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you.
Yes.
And as far as the front door was concerned, is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of the wooden front door, or is there another door in front?
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
And the storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a vehicle.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was when you looked outside?
I kind of just looked at the vehicle, and then I saw I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And just so we're clear, as far as when you say this side, so you're standing at the storm door,
Mhm.
see the vehicle, and where's the vehicle in relation to you when where you're standing at the front?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left, to the right, or something else?
Left.
And as far as this dark SUV that you saw, did you tell anything else about it as far as the make, the model, or recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicles? Did he have?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall like what color it was?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Yes, he had this old fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
Now, as far as Miss Reed was concerned, were you familiar with what kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
Was that a sedan or an SUV, or what kind of vehicle?
I think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle that you saw outside of the residence of Fairview when you looked out the storm door, was that consistent with what you knew Miss Reed to be driving at that time?
Yes.
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
No.
Certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over and come inside the house.
Sustained.
As far as that vehicle, when you first saw it, could you tell whether or not it was running or anything like that?
It was running. Yes, I could. I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
You could
I'm
see
going
the
to
red.
ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Now, in addition to the taillights that you saw, did you see the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And as far as the interior of the vehicle, were there any lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No.
And as far as the windows of the vehicle, What, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration? Was it tint or anything like that you saw?
Didn't observe, no.
Now, you see the vehicle sort of straight ahead of the front door, and then you pull out your phone to text Mr. Oakley, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
I think I said here, question mark.
You think you said here, is that correct?
Yes.
Karen, may I approach?
Yes. Show Mr. Jackson. Okay.
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm showing you a 3-page document, just asking you to look at it.
Okay.
Just generally speaking, that 3-page document, do you recognize the contents of that?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, I'm sorry, the 29th through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Almost.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson? Okay.
I'm surprised she's not cutting this off. It's perfect time for lunch now. Unreal. I think we all need a break from these two twits. Right? Lots of kindergarten. Kindergarten. I don't know how to. I'm trying. Kindergarten. There we go. Kindergarten. I see that. Okay. Gotcha. Kindergarten. Kindergarten. Oh my God. These people. These people just blow my mind every single day. I can't imagine all the stress that this woman's under and what it must be doing to her different afflictions. She's got some yucky things going on with her. Wonder if she can hear, because she sure tries. Yeah, I can't imagine the stress is good for MS. Just can't see it. Or with a brain tumor. And I don't know enough about scoliosis to say if stress will affect that, but Jasmine. Yes, she does. Oh, this is painful. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I couldn't even imagine. And then to sit there and have to listen to all these people that you got to know after a few years, and they're all running her into the ground. I can't imagine how that feels. I'm not going to enjoy it when she's not going to enjoy it when
Actually, great timing. So we'll have you back here at 2:00.
See, great timing, she said.
Of
course. Okay, let's do this.
All rise.
It's lunchtime.
Before you can consider them in your
She thinks we're
deliberations, you
dumb.
must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find it more likely true than not that the person identified as sending the message was the one who sent it, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. All right, thank you. Mr. Lally, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Colonel, come up with seats to do. Well,
What's Lolly doing? Does she need a lighter, a magnifying glass, or
Those
anything?
pages that I've just placed before you, do you recognize the content of those?
I do.
What do you recognize those?
They are text messages between myself and John.
And
Yeah.
from sort of specifically that time period of the early morning of January 29th.
Yes.
And what's contained in those, is that a portrayal of the content of those text communications?
Yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, this is someone that you knew and you had his information put into your phone as far as contact.
Yes.
And on prior occasions when you had contacted, or specifically that morning when you had left the waterfall and you talked to him on the phone, you called him and who answered? You called the contact that you had as John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who answered the phone?
John.
And then the contacts that you had put in as John O'Keefe called you, and you answered, and who was on the other line?
John.
May I approach?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is subject to what we talked about in sidebar?
Yes, understood.
Thank you. That's exhibit 89. All right, thank you.
John, with respect to what's now been marked as exhibit 89, if I could, with court permission, publish that.
Yes. Oh, look at you. What is that? Let me see what is that you got. What'd you get?
Okay, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as?
Cool.
Yes.
And this is a text communication between yourself and Mr.
Where'd you get it from?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may we approach?
Sure. Why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman? And thank you.
Sit down, Jesse. Sit down. Good girls.
So the next bubble down is a blue bubble, is that correct?
Correct.
Similar to the one before, can you just read as far as that? Well, before I get to that, so you received that message from Mr. O'Keefe. You call him, have a conversation, he calls you back for the conversation.
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, could you read the next blue bubble down as far as from whom, what the content is, and what time it is?
So this one is from myself to John, and it says here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front, and I text him here.
You testified to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing the car, and then you sent that text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you would scroll down to that. And ma'am, similar, if you could just who sent it, what's the content, and what is that?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said hold on?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the, in the driveway?
Hold on. And again, with this bubble, you could read out.
From me to John saying hello, and it was at 12:40.
And at this point in time, as far as, let me ask you this way. When you're sending these text messages over these periodic,
Is she going to rush Lolly through this too?
what, if anything, are you doing sort of in
So I originally went to the front door, saw the car, texted them, then texted John. Then I went back, kind of sat at the table, just either threw my phone probably in my back pocket. And then a couple minutes later, I got up again and saw that the car had moved. So I had sent the pull behind me. And then a few minutes later, I went back to the to the front door, I'm sorry.
And when you went back to the front door, what, if anything, did you see about?
So at this specific point at 12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
And from any of these text messages that you sent, what kind of response did you receive from Mr. O'Keefe after the words?
None.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, to the next level. And similar to the prior one that you did.
Sure. Jen to John, where are you? And that was at 12:42.
The next level.
Myself to John, hello, at 12:45.
Now, this is later in the morning, and we'll get to that a little bit more in a moment, but at some point you left the residence of Fairview, you went home, and you were woken by something, and then at some point you texted John later on that morning, 29th.
Yes.
You know, the next couple of those text messages that you sent at that point.
Correct.
Similar to the other ones.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59. Myself to John, Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59. Myself to John, please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
May I approach this retreat? Now, Ms. McCabe, I can take you back to at the house on Fairview. Again, you're sending these text messages and going back to the table and then going back to the window at various times.
To the front door.
To the front door.
Yes.
And at any point in time, do you see anybody exit from the dark SUV or the black SUV you see in front of the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe come into the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe respond to your text message?
No.
At any point in time, did John O'Keefe call?
No.
Now, at some point subsequent to this, have you had occasion to look at your phone or at your call history?
Yes.
And through review of that, were you able to see phone calls that your phone made to John O'Keefe's phone around that same time frame that you were texting him and going to his phone?
Yes.
May I approach Ron?
Yes.
And I'm showing you a 4-page document. Actually, look at it, look up when you finish, and if I could suggest, I think it starts in reverse order from page 4, timing-wise, up through page. Just generally speaking, ma'am, do you recognize what's contained in that 4-page document?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
The calls between myself and John O'Keefe.
And am I correct that it starts in sort of a sending order as far as the earliest calls are on page 4 and then the most recent are on the first page?
Yes.
And the phone calls that you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to residents at Fairview, do they appear in those?
They do.
Okay. May I have that?
I will bump it up. Oh, it's almost done. Okay, then that means I will look for the next part. Let's see here. Okay, I am going to look. She did this in 2 days, if I remember correctly. Okay, let's see here. Dun, dun.
Again, it just tells the story of it's, again,
To 12:10
Give me a second here, guys. Okay, give me 2 seconds here.
Before the county of
Okay.
Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
Alrighty, Jim.
Morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, family is important
Yep.
to you, is it not?
Ruthie?
Yes,
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
yes,
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
yes,
You also indicated that you know Miss Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
yes,
But clearly, John
Yes.
O'Keefe was not family, was he?
no,
He was not a McCabe, correct?
no,
He was not an Albert.
no,
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
correct,
Not a McCabe,
no,
she's not an Albert.
no.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No,
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not going to play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, the O'Keefe's, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview,
Snotty tone, little girl.
were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I don't recall.
I left there was 4 of us that left total. It was
Which one?
myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out, Karina O'Keefe was close by, close to himself, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The water.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Right.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina O'Keefe was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes,
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
yes,
You said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
we were in a conversation. Yes,
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Karen?
no,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes,
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Actually, it's a little bit longer than that. It may be a minute. Can we pause this, Mr. James? For the record, Your Honor, this is about runtime 12:10 and 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Bates, to 12:10 and about 45 seconds. That's close enough. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Let's see if you recognize the music. Pause, please. It's a terrible place to pause. Move further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, re-enhance that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
Honestly, I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps. Okay. Now do you see a person?
Yes.
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward. Awesome. Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
You see someone to his right.
I do. Yes.
And who's that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's play it forward.
Oh, he's got a
And
drink in his hand.
You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No,
this frame?
that looks like they've walked away.
Right. As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Or do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
See, this is the point where I get to ask the questions and you get to answer. So I'm asking you, you see yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person to his right had walked off.
Yes.
Okay. Let's play it forward just a few more seconds. Pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turned around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video is reasonable to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes.
So the person to his right, the more petite person with long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't, no, I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car
Yes.
to give her a ride,
Yes.
separate from John O'Keefe.
Yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No.
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're going to go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you? Which
Here
would
we go
separate
with the
her from John O'Keefe?
objections.
There was never any idea of separating them.
Except for the fact the idea was, "You're coming with me," not "you two are coming with me," correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside
That question
talking.
could be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, "You come with me," would separate her from John.
Would not, because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
Not at the same time now, correct? You're area to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, why don't you just come with me? It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation. You'll get to that with Mr. Lau. I'm asking for a yes or no question or yes or no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or would it not separate John and Karen for the ride over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brutal. Here we go.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
You said on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes,
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
yes.
Can we have exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
There appeared to be a relative scale model of 34 Fairview.
yes,
This would be the front door, correct?
yes.
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with the laser pointer. Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes,
And then the driveway's to the right,
yes,
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
yes,
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
yes,
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
yes,
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of the house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? Might have.
I'm not sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait, no, excuse me. Repeat the question?
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, right?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car and I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today?
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see? Where did you see it? Correct?
yes.
Are we putting words in your mouth?
No,
We told you what to say at that time.
no.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman. Correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what
Yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes.
What a bitch. Not looking good, lady. What a bitch.
Paragraph 3.
Mhm.
This is the face page. You'll review that, especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself.
It's horrible to see, Tristan. Like, it's frustrating. I really hope the jury is seeing what a bunch of tards these guys are.
Do you have that, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told,
I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
regarding,
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th.
well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
I have to do it this way, it's court rules.
Mhm.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door, it was straight outside.
I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help.
No.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So you did speak to
What a
Trooper Proctor on
bitch.
the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't it? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's
If
SUV
you
was.
can show me in the report.
What a
Just
bitch.
read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory, you're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question
Okay.
and then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does. Okay, so just
Thanks.
go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll slow it down. Did you talk to Trooper Proctor? about
Exactly,
where the
Tony.
SUV was?
Yes,
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
yes,
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
And you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it. Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
May I?
yes.
direct your
She
attention.
thinks she runs the courtroom. Good Lord. Who does she think she is?
You've had an opportunity to review.
I have, yeah.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Who does she think she is?
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will.
What a bitch.
And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
No.
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No.
And you said, I observed her car by the house.
No.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway, Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the
Who does
events
she think
of
she
January
is?
28th, 29th, you spoke
Indignant little
extensively
bitch.
to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now, to Chris and Julie Albert.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Listen to her.
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
Oh, whatever.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to them about this case?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers and editorialize. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
So objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, shut up, Bev.
You've talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes.
You've talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
And ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
Morning, Mexie.
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the
Whatever.
2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with friends and family about this circumstance, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night.
Correct.
And they told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your
That guy?
observations, what your story or your version.
That guy.
Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than
Whatever.
twice?
Oh,
Well,
my
you tell me.
God.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood.
Vicious
So-
harassment.
You've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that you know your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury,
Mhm.
questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes,
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second.
Mhm.
You admitted that it works as a quote GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that
I
it
don't
works
like
as a
her.
reliable quote unquote tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said, when you testified in front of the great grand jury, that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Can I see it?
Sure.
This woman, what does she think she is? Like, who does she think she is? Does she just think she's better than everybody? I do believe she does. They're going to get you, little lady.
May I approach you?
Yes.
They're going to get you.
Lines 13.
Just unreal. Good to see you, Dandy. Good morning. Good morning.
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What an indignant little bitch. You're not being harassed by anybody except the outsiders that are hearing about this story. Not anybody in the courtroom that
Okay.
unless
May I, Your Honor?
Yes. Mhm.
Does that
Oh,
refresh your
Lordy.
recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Mr. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? Ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check Life 360 app for that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
Okay. The Alberts had a dog, pardon me, correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of
Jesus.
January
Looking
29th,
at over there.
after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Right,
Yes.
Carrie? Right? Oh, this
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Huh.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today,
Mhm.
you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I did not see it, no.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
We talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit. You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember,
Mhm.
were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
How are you going to word this?
I am not certain where Brian Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would be,
Let me finish my
Mhm.
question.
Mhm.
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between.
it definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No,
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not gonna be beside the Jeep, right? That's gonna be in the middle of
It
the road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct? So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV as we're looking at the property. Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property. To the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
Better make sure.
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves. Okay. So you were
What does she
asked
keep
about
looking at?
the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in
I
April
believe so.
26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound
I
about right?
believe so.
I expect you to
Yes.
surprise that date.
Yes.
Trout
You
face on a
told
stick.
you were asked, what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do.
Who does this bitch
Yeah.
think she is? Oh my God. Pretty unlikable. Yep, I think you're right, Tony.
Take a look at lines 21 on the highlighted.
I don't know who the hell she thinks she is. Unfrickin' real, guys.
Okay.
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
Unreal. Yep.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came? Meaning Ryan Nagel,
Okay.
correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23.
Tristan.
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Ms. Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
Correct. Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her. Correct?
Objection.
Why
Yeah,
object?
right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside and
Okay, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct?
It's in there. It
And I
just
should be
looks like
specific
an
about
E.
It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground,
Okay.
not just fall and melt.
We're
Right?
going to see.
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Wiley on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. That could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that.
Just
Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave,
okay.
like this in the road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw. That's the wave that you saw.
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car, those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right? That's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car,
Mhm.
that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, right?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well,
Who do you think
I
you
thought
are?
you just said, because I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks, but I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
It's not, doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
In addition to Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th, you also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck.
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would greatly appreciate it.
I'm here in just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
She's looking a little feistier this morning, Karen. She just looked so exhausted on
Let's speed things up. Your Honor.
Friday.
I have just a moment.
Okay, take your time.
Doggy? That's heartbreaking, Dandy. I hate it. I hate to see this stuff. And they've got so much venom. Like, tell your story. You don't have to get ignorant and rude. And the way these people are behaving, it's disgusting.
Entire grand jury, direct our attention.
Dingo! We love our
May I approach?
dingo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the entirety of your state court grand jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say.
Oh, it's so brutal. And how arrogant they all are. Like, you want to jump through the screen and put her right, straighten her out. Yip, 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 dingo. Yip, yip, dingo. There's only one dingo. What an indignant little bitch. Yeah, the only one that has a foul mouth around here is me. Everyone else is good. Just have to keep my mouth clamped sometimes. Like, this is harsh. All sorts of bad words want to come out about this truck. And sometimes they do slip out. Tony. Oh, my lordy, lordy. I do love chat. Got the best mods out there. I know I do. I do. Hello, James. Good to see you. Good morning. We got the bitch on the stand. Little bit of action happening. She's the most indignant little witch. Oh, that outfit she's wearing. Good God, is it her mother's?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you have an opportunity
It
to glance at
does.
those pages?
I did, yes.
I agree.
As you glance at those pages, my question is relatively simple one. I wonder if you have an opportunity. At no point
They're leaving for lunch. They've got an hour now. Wow. A lot of cops. There's a lot of media vehicles there too. Look at them all, you guys. Wowzer. I feel bad for the parents. Hey, oh, good to see you. So the jury is not allowed to give a verdict from 1 to 2. Oh, so there, I don't quite understand what just happened here. So what, they come out the back and they're going in the front? Is that what's happening? No, they're, oh, wasn't that interesting? They just did kind of a little loop. Hmm, that's interesting. Okay, the O'Keefe's. So where, this is unusual. I don't quite know what's going on here. And then what, they're going to go out in the other side? Hmm, they're Eastern. So they have, what? What the hell? What's going on here? Can somebody tell me what's going on here? Like, I don't. Why is everyone just walking around stretching their legs? What's going on? I don't know. I really don't know why they were just wandering around like that. So let's see here. The poll. Will we get a verdict this morning? It was 67 yes and 33 no. Think we're going to get one this afternoon? Sea of Pink. Boston 10, another news track. I know there's a few of them there. They were showing it, I think it was one morning before trial within the last couple of days. And it was just like, I don't know, there had to be 10 of them, and some of them were large. It is, Dandy. It is painful. Looks like a beautiful place, but I'll never go. If they treat their own like this, I'm not going there as a Canadian. It doesn't seem like a great idea. I don't know how far Plymouth is from this. That's where my family was. Sadly, they were in Mass. There's some more news cameras over there to the left. Another one. Guy in the red shirt's got himself a big camera. And considering what the other side's got for supporters, there's not much here, is there, for the prosecution? Not a lot of support. And a lot of them hide their faces behind the, yeah, I support him, but I'm not going to admit it. No, couple, that one there was okay with showing her face. Couple hiding, 3 of them there, kind of hiding behind it. I support a guilty verdict, but I'm not going to tell anybody. How many people are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A dozen or so? Very nice, Mr. Cameraman. Why? I think everybody's here for John O'Keefe. Yep, I bit him. I bit him. I bit him. Chloe. I mean, they're not. Everybody wants justice for John O'Keefe. There goes a big truck over there. Is that a camera truck? Justice for JJ? Justice, justice for JJ? What? Lordy, lordy. Hmm. You know, I was a bad guy. Hmm. Hmm. Imagine what the jury feels. Ev needs to let them go home. They're done. I don't think that would be a problem. Oh, lordy woman. Look at all of them. Oh, who's that? Storming the way all the way down. Look at that. Oh, leaving. Okay. Oh, it's like a handful of them. Hmm. Yeah, what a difference, eh? They've tried twice now to explain to the judge that they're hung, and she just keeps sending them back, Tracy, twice now. Got tents set up. Must be for the camera. A lot of support for her. Oh, it's that same lady again. Good God. Good Lord. Oh, my word. That woman with the black shirt, she's got a mouth on her. I'm surprised she's still able to speak after yesterday, or Friday, I guess. And they acted to the courthouse. But they must be showing other older footage. Oh, who's coming around the corner there? Street. Oh, is that them? Yes, too. Bodyguards, I'm assuming. It goes wild. Absolutely, Tracy, isn't that something? She just went through lawyer number 8. There's the courthouse. I think so, anyways. Bizarre how they walk down the middle of the street. I guess you can't walk on the sidewalks. I thought it was oh, it's a church. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
impartiality in the justice system, in this trial in particular.
Very, very cool. Do you have a reaction or a rebuttal to the protesters that were over there just a bit ago for John O'Keefe?
I think that justice for John O'Keefe is finding the truth. And to me, that I think that that's not what's happening in the court, so I think it's important that Karen is not only freed, but that we find what really happened. I think that's justice for John O'Keefe. I understand people have different opinions, and everybody's respectful of that, but this is how I show through my art is how I sort of show my work and my thought about it. Yeah.
So then I guess going off of that, how would you feel if the jury did come back and they were still hung and you didn't get that answer you've been looking for?
I'm hoping that they'll investigate it further regardless, and I would like to believe that the Commonwealth wouldn't retry the case based on the way this went. I think that they had a poor case and the defense proved that. So, I mean, obviously we want to not guilty, but I guess if it's hung, I'll just hope they don't retry her, but they can see the flaw in the original indictment.
Is there anything else you want to add? Any details?
No, just free Karen Reed, and that's it. Yeah, and you can use art to portray your feelings and make statements. But that, I like the idea of people using their art for good and for causes.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
In the assets, because that's typically what we do in the assets. Yeah, so she goes, you see that or I mean, well, we have a guarantee. And the guarantee is like, you're gonna give us our money back no matter what. So when you explain it to the assets, you move everything over, just have enough of our loans. And then that value of those assets becomes where do we go? Yeah, we have no recourse. We gave up the interest in the equity. I know, they were like, we're going to go, we'll let the lawyers have it. Karen had to go to another law.
Okay. What are they doing now? Let's see here. 11:30, 11:53, 11:48. We're almost there, guys. And they're allowed to talk to the court if they want after that. And if they leave at 4, that only gives them another 2 hours. That foil isn't helping. Yeah. Okay, well. Back we go. I will. Let's go back here now.
At no point, under oath in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front, there were some painstaking detail. Talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, what?
In fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
If you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you review your transcript?
Just read it all. I didn't see it.
Mr. McCabe.
Objection.
You can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same for the security. Okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, yes or no? You did or you didn't? Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Miss Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
What a bitch.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those were the questions I answered.
You need to keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough. Did you, Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep is parked?
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins's Jeep and what he testified to?
No.
Were you ever asked by anybody
Look at how she's like,
to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Can you repeat the question, please?
You ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
After
Can't
you
you tell
arrived
her like
and you noticed this SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
hostile witness?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct.
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And at 12:45, you texted, "Hello," correct?
Correct.
So that's 5 text messages. And each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay, so if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text, and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me, because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? Second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door, stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or, I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, correct, at 12:31.
Correct.
All right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going. You said you saw it pull up again, a second time. So you saw it move twice.
One place flagpole. to further up.
Right, so that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be, you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
Good one.
Let me have
Maybe.
this moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
So
She thinks
when
she's
you
covering.
testified in front of this other proceeding,
I think she thinks she's doing a good job.
didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's gonna take a minute.
Yes.
I have one, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yep. Right, James? It's like, are you kidding me? Who do you think you are, you little witch? Yep. Yep. It's just unreal. I mean, I can't stand her. That is not a friend. Two years she spent with these people, and they've just turned into vipers. That's what he should tell her. It's not show and tell. Her husband says she's the calm one. Well, she's not. She's a wicked witch. Like, what's going through this poor woman's head? I see they're not used to losing. Like, these people think they're actually royalty. Like, I can't believe the attitudes we're getting from that seat.
Take a look at those 4 pages. For the record, that's pages 780, 784.
Okay.
Bait stamped. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know.
Exactly. Finance. Jackson's doing a great job. Who the hell is she looking at over there? That guy in the middle that's sitting there smiling at her? I sure hope not. Because he's sitting with the family. This woman is something else. It's amazing how they go from full of answers and know everything, but then the defense talks to them. They know nothing. They're rude. And this little witch, like, oh, Lordy. Yep.
Yes. You had an opportunity, Ms. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronological.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking, so.
I didn't ask you about your husband.
Okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes.
Okay. So you're indicating that you're trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Okay. Just right outside the front door.
Straight outside, yes.
Well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Okay, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved, correct.
And then moved the second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole, and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view?
Clear view.
I could see the car out front, yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside, correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming down sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it. Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
Oh, that's okay. I'm going around the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes.
So not only did you have a clear view, you indicated in your words you had a good view, right?
I think it's Lolly.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text, it's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
You maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math, you're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm If you want to pull out the times, then you can look at them.
Well, we talked about the times, and you agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45.
Correct.
Right? So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I'm doing the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual?
No.
You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or doors slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
Problem with that is you were looking at the front lawn, weren't you?
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
You know what field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
What a bitch.
You had a clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, yours, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV
Yes.
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
You had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
Of course not.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face.
Yes.
As you're answering these questions.
Mm-hmm.
You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
You think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there's nothing between you and me except a podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to see that, right?
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
Why?
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Of course we are. This is just BS. Don't interrupt him. Look don't fit, you must quit. I agree, Douglas. I'm not used to having your name like Douglas on there. So where's my dingo? Where's Dingo? Yes. Exactly, Dingo. Oh, yeah. What a mess. So is she going to restrict them to a certain amount of time this morning for how long he can talk? Because, you know, she wants to hurry things along. Yeah.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times, and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at all.
I'll let the answer stand.
You left the location about 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question. There's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself looking directly to the rear and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Got it. Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you did look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody, you did hear some girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around looking right at, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you.
Correct.
So that you can make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the 2 girls.
Oh,
When you
look
got
at
home,
you.
what did you do?
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately between 2 and 2:15.
Took you a few minutes to drop the girls off?
Correct.
When you got home, you got on your phone.
Yes.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls just using your phone in phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp, phone calls, things like that?
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls other than just a phone call?
No.
Okay. Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make a call. No?
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but.
That's videos. Right?
Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
Did you, now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Your husband was home?
Yes.
Interesting.
I want to switch gears for a second. And ask
What
you
does she
real
keep
quick about
looking at?
later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it?
Yes.
Not one even fiber of my being would put up with this woman for 2 seconds outside of, not my type. No, thank you. I don't like bitches. If nothing else,
yes.
If nothing else, they're showing her to be what she is.
Did you, before I ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes.
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
Interesting.
Understood.
Hey, Barry.
You did review your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes,
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
yes,
That is in fact a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony on, which you gave on April 26th, 2022, is that right?
correct.
She thinks she's smart.
You'll agree that your testimony in that
She's not.
case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes,
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony,
yes,
and you were subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering those questions, correct?
yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony, my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Was I asked what she said?
Good God.
I get to ask the questions.
Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
I want you to look at the entire grand jury testimony if you need to, and turn to the page where you ever said that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
What a bitch.
So it's not in that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200 pages?
May I
What
question?
a
Yes.
bitch.
No, I don't want to take the time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of your testimony, right?
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages or however long it is.
You think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
Hello. I read it a few weeks ago,
You said
Probably the
Friday.
most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
What a bitch. You're a joke, lady.
Yeah, approach on.
Yes.
These are select pages. It's 190, 193, 201, 208, 5. I'm just going to show you. These are select pages out of your grand jury testimony. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
Wow. Just so how did she know how many pages? She didn't look I didn't see her flipping through to
At
find
the
out.
scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at, it should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene. Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving
Yes.
to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2. While driving to Fairview, she asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's 12 times that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury, in April of 2022, what my client's statements were either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not. My testimony is an officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
Well, you called me, I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That is correct.
That might have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
Absolutely not.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
It's hard to
Your
listen
Honor,
to
with the court's
this.
permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45. If you look in 2 seconds. Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
Appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning.
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Let's go ahead and play starting at runtime 1:30 to
Jesus.
1:45.
46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know, I don't know, he's got a car and.
Is that you? Is
Yes, that was.
that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car,
Mhm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes,
And this was 6:03 in the morning, correct?
correct,
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
correct,
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
correct,
You haven't talked to anybody at this point other than Terry Roberts, correct?
and Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer, is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you are as sure about that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit. This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I could just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take morning.
Let's see here. Of course, she takes extended breaks.
Can you be clear on your question?
Let me rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208, grand jury. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, I hit him. Correct? We agree on that.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next in order. for
Okay.
discussion. May I approach?
Yes.
Agreement one, that will be exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With court permission, I would like to play a portion of this and then stop it.
Okay.
And ask a couple of questions about it. Okay? It's audio only. Mr. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question. I apologize. This appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that would have been, that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recorded.
They are saying they're hung. They sent another note out, guys, saying that they're hung.
You guys for the jury?
What's she gonna do this time? This is the third note that they've sent. James left too fast. Well, there's Aiden. Sitting with the O'Keefe.
Close the session, please be seated.
Oh, no.
All right, Mr. Foreman, I am in receipt of your note. Judge Cannoni, despite our rigorous efforts, we continue to find ourselves at an impasse. Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case. I'll be in to see you privately in a few minutes. So thank you so much for your service. Okay.
All rise for the court, please.
Mistrial, guys. A mistrial. No.
Thank you. Be seated. Close to the session.
All right. I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime maybe the end of July. I understand people have vacation schedules. Can we come in the week of the 21st?
That's fine.
No, I'm just looking at my calendar. Could we do the 22nd at 2 p.m. Ron?
That's the cop.
And I would appear for my client.
All right, is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I supposed to be for vacation on the
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great dates. So,
Okay. What about the 19th and 9th? Is that whole week?
no, that week's not good. Teaching that I cannot get out of.
Can we do August 7th, 8th, 9th? Any of those days?
No, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
Your Honor, so for those, Ms. Lulu and I are not available on the 22nd. We have here in Los Angeles, 22nd.
Okay.
Proposing to approve remotely anyway.
Okay.
But for a status conference, I don't want to think it's disrespectful to the court, but Ms. Lulu and I probably will not.
Okay. So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti. All right.
July 20th.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you then.
Football rise.
Well, guys. Oh, Lordy. Yeah, they absolutely could. Aw. Did he say something? He said something. What did he just say to her? Sure made that one guy cranky. I wonder what he said to her. The look on her face and the look on his. Oh, la. Yep, sit down with you. Unreal. I hope they let us know what was said outside. Or when he walked by. Let me see if there's anything that I can. Let me try and find something live. Because he just said something. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't nice. Let's see if I can. She came back with a very sour face. Okay, Lucy, I just gave you one. Well, I'm going to keep my eyes peeled. I really want to know what he said. You're okay, Lucy. Oh, let's just see the liars testify again. Huh. Oh, wow. John O'Keefe's brother said something to Karen. She was over getting hugs by her family. He looked at her as he was walking towards the door and said something to her, and her face just dropped. Yannetti asked her what he said, and she's just like, nothing. I'm looking to see if I can find a presser. I'd really like to know what happens out there. I am looking at this. I could be Sunday Street right now, but it doesn't.
After that mistrial was declared, remember, these jurors have been deadlocked. This was several days of deliberation, and I will say this deliberation pretty on par with some other major trials in Massachusetts. It took the jurors several days. The judge sent them back twice, but officially a mistrial declared out here, guys. The atmosphere, I will say, you know, we expected a lot of movement. I think it's a little still. I think people wanted an answer. I think people wanted some sort of closure. And even though it's a mistrial and there's some eruption, I don't know if they got that closure today.
And we're now getting ready to hear from Karen Reed for the first time after this has been declared a mistrial. Let's listen.
Quick reaction.
Yes, quick reaction. Yeah, they went to the step.
Okay, they're going to speak on the steps here.
Happen in court and what will happen going forward. But it looks like here they are walking out among the crowd there. A lot of supporters outside, people on both sides. Emotions running high in a case like this, always, but especially after a mistrial. I think everyone hoping to get some type of resolution. You heard her supporters saying that they believed it was going to be a not guilty. I'm sure John O'Keefe's family and the prosecution believed that they would be getting a guilty verdict today.
Then hearing from Rita Lombardi, one of the Karen Reed supporters, you're right. It's a reminder that this case has been declared a mistrial, but it is not over. It is far from over for both sides, for John O'Keefe's family, as well as Karen Reed's family and supporters.
Right. And at this point now, the prosecution has a decision to make. Will they retry her? We don't know what the court calendar is like. We heard the judge set a status date for the case for the end of July. At that time, presumably, or before then, the prosecution will make a decision as to when and how they'll be going forward in the case. A lot still to consider.
Now, for viewers tuning in who are wondering, okay, if we start this process all over again, Cheryl, what could this look like? I know you spoke a little bit about the calendar and seeing, because there has to be time to do this, but what could this whole process look like, considering that a considerable amount of time and money has already been spent?
Well, I mean, the process will continue however the prosecution wishes it to. I mean, they have all the charges to take a look at. They have a second-degree murder charge, which some people felt like it was an overcharge in this case. You know, they have the manslaughter charge. They have leaving the scene after personal injury and death. A lot to consider, and I know that we have.
What do you think? Good or bad?
I don't know. I don't know either.
That's what she said.
I'm disappointed.
I know, I am too. Definitely. I feel the same way. Everyone was cheering and like we weren't. Like we're just.
What's happened today?
I'm here.
Great, Judge. It's Cheryl Fiandaca. Can you hear us? Okay.
Hi, Courtney and Cheryl. I can hear and see you. A little bit of a delay.
Great. Okay. So, what did you think about the judge's decision to call a mistrial in this case?
I think the judge handled it perfectly. Perfectly. This is obviously this case may be one of a kind, but the judge I think handled it perfectly.
And so what do you see happening next?
It sounds like the judge set in a late July status date. I think there are a couple of different options. So the judge might want to just set a trial date and maybe some interim dates, or it could be that the defense is going to appeal on the sufficiency of the evidence, or attempt to appeal on the sufficiency of the evidence. The fact that the jury could not agree, that there was a hung jury, increases the chances that that kind of an appeal might be successful. So those are the two. If that second thing happens, it could take a year, 2 years.
So there's still a little bit of time there, Judge, that something more than another trial could happen. There could be an appeal that would have a decision in this case as well.
Yeah, it improves that, they can really go up on appeal and say the evidence is insufficient. And the defense here is amazing, of course. And they've shown that they're very aggressive. It's tricky. It is tricky. You're taking calculated risks all day long, representing either side in a case like this. And the defense is taking chances. For one thing, by wanting the mistrial. That's a big tactical and strategic choice.
Why do you think they made that decision?
I think they have, on an issue like this, as you know, the client really makes the decision, because it's a big decision. The little decisions the lawyer can make without even consulting the client. But the big decisions the client makes, so the client must have approved this.
All right, guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen. I'm gonna get off because it's pouring out, and I have a little bit of battery left. So I'm gonna need some time to process this to figure out what's up. So I will let you guys know what's the deal, because this is just a little ridiculous. All right.
Out of the courtroom. She's been following and helping to make this case digestible for everyday viewers. So we will get back to her shortly.
Right. And I'm sure she's gathering information, talking to the families, talking to supporters, talking to the prosecution, talking to the defense team, just getting a perspective from everyone here about what's happened. I think that, part of when you look at this and how polarizing the case has been, I don't know that there is any real surprise that this has happened. I mean, we saw the jury came back not once, but twice, saying that they weren't able to make a decision, that they were really struggling with their convictions. The judge issuing what's called the dynamite instruction. It's called Tui Rodriguez also, which basically says to the jury, we need you to make a decision. You have all the evidence that you need. You have all of the information. No other jury could come forward that would have more information to make the decision in this case. And yet they still came back and said, we are still very settled in our convictions and we're not able to come to a unanimous decision.
Now, I do think it was interesting for our viewers as well, Judge Liu bringing up the fact that defense could appeal.
Right. So they can appeal based on what the sufficiency of the evidence, basically saying that this jury could not find that there was enough evidence to convince them beyond a reasonable doubt that she's responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. And at this point, I think we have Christina Rex outside. So let's go back out to the courtroom and see the courthouse and see if we can chat with her.
Yeah, Cheryl and Courtney, hopefully you guys can hear me now. I've been inside that courtroom every day for 10 weeks during the trial when the judge just declared a mistrial in that courtroom. And I've been careful not to, really.
Where did you go?
All right, everybody, we have been listening to coverage from our CBS station in Boston, and you can see there that there are so many people outside that courthouse. That could be why we're seeing some technical issues with getting that shot here. But the judge overseeing the Karen Reed murder trial just declared a mistrial. The jury coming back saying they are deeply divided, cannot reach a unanimous verdict. Not once, but twice, they came back to the judge saying they couldn't reach a verdict. And today, the judge issuing that dynamite instruction, the Tui Rodriguez instruction, essentially saying that no jury more intelligent or more equipped can come to this decision better than you can.
All righty then. Well, you know what, guys? I'm going to probably leave it here. If anybody hears what Paul said to her when he was walking out the door, because it wasn't nice. It was not. Her face when she turned around, it was like, what did he say to you? I think she's not safe there. She needs to find a new home. Oh, Lordy. So, guys, with that said, thanks for hanging out with me. I didn't know where this was going today. Lordy, Lordy. So, mistrial. We'll see if they'll do this again. We probably won't, but they might have to. Okay, guys, don't forget to subscribe, like, and share, and I'll see you guys really soon in the next one. Bye.
Dun 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 dun.